You are now live.
Good evening. My name is Steve Worthington. I'm the mayor of the University Place, Washington, and I'm calling to order our November 6, 2023 City Council meeting. And would you read the roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Keel.
Present.
Councilmember Wood.
Present.
Councilmember McCluskey.
I'm here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Belisi.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Present.
Mayor Worthington.
Mayor Worthington, present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Fleming, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please join us in pledge to our flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda for this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to approve the agenda.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Belisi. And are there any objections to the approval of the agenda as distributed? Seeing none, it is unanimous and approved. With that, we're going to move on to public comments. And this evening we have Mr. Bell, who has signed up ahead of time. We're going to, he'll be speaking to us in just a moment from this corner over here. Additionally, we have instructions that are on the screen in the event that there's members of the public viewing that would like to make comment. And with that, I'll invite Mr. Bell. If you could, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for us, please.
George L. Bell, 4011 Chestnut Drive West, UP.
Thank you. And we have 3 minutes to hear comments.
I want to thank University Place and the staff for doing what you're doing. We've been here almost 30 years, and this is a great place to live. The city's a great place to live. I came in to ask a question tonight, really, on code enforcement.
Mr. Bell, could you speak right into the mic? We can't hear you over here. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I came here tonight to ask a couple questions about code enforcement, but I do want to thank you again for having such a nice city. But the question is, over car parking. You have all this equipment you buy or toys you buy, and you can't keep them on your property. So they're out in the street. It makes it hard for people to navigate the streets. But then you go out here and you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for all these toys, and you park them anywhere on the street. We already had the homeless situation, and that was got to rectify. But now you got the ones on the upper end that decide, well, I'm about all these toys, and I just park them anywhere. By the school, in front of other people's property, even though it's public, just leaving these 40-foot RVs and boats and trucks just parked there. I didn't buy my property to look at this every day. Used car lot, whatever you want to call it. They're expensive vehicles and stuff, but as far as I'm concerned, I didn't buy my property to have this. And I know they're playing a little game because I can see it. Enforcement has been out. They move and they go right back to the other spot. So my question is, what actions are being taken? Because I know the neighborhood's upset. Paperwork's been turned in. But this time it's been going on good 2 months in front of the school. And behind our house, we live on 2 streets. If you can afford this stuff, close to probably $1 million worth, just bought another one. If you can afford this stuff, you can afford a place to store it, not on somebody else's property or public property. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's the same as the homeless. I don't want to see it either way. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Very good. Mr. Bell, thank you. And we'll have one of our staff contact you and give you some information about what the parking requirements are, just so you're aware of those details, and if that would be helpful.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yep, very good. Appreciate you coming in. Do we have any other comments this evening? Any other comments from people in the room this evening? Okay.
I don't see anyone online, Mayor,
And
that
no
have their
online at
hands
this point
raised.
either? All right, with that in mind, then, we will close public comments and move on to our next agenda item, which is, our consent agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Very good. Motion to approve as proposed. Is there a second for consent?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilman Belisi. And is there any objection to the consent agenda as proposed and distributed for approval? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us on to a public hearing. And this evening, that public hearing is going to be involving our 2024 property tax levy. And Leslie Bladesdale, our Finance Director, if I've got the title right, or close to it at least, any case, is going to help us start that process. Thank you, Leslie.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Leslie Blaisdell, Finance Director. Traditionally, at this time of year, the Council would consider an ordinance addressing whether to increase the property tax by the lower of the implicit price deflator, or 1%. However, with the passage of Proposition 1 by the voters in the April 25th, 2023 general election, the process is different than the traditional practice. When a levy lid lift is passed by the voters, the City Council is required to adopt an ordinance stating, 1, that the ballot measure has passed, and 2, the City of University Place requests that the Pierce County Assessor levy the ballot measure on the city's behalf. So the accompanying ordinance describes the passing of Proposition 1 and includes the statements regarding the 2 requirements listed above. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Blaisdell. Appreciate that. Does council have any factual questions at this point? This is fairly straightforward, I believe. Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. And Leslie, thank you. It is very straightforward, and read the ordinance. There's been, I know you all had some back and forth with the assessor and with the state about the wording and all that stuff. And can you just give us a synopsis of kind of how that all was put to rest? I think we have a way forward, but I just want to get a quick understanding of what that is.
This is the phone a friend portion here.
Okay.
Tonight's agenda. The issue that had initially been flagged by the county assessor treasurer was when we ran the ballot measure, there is language in there that provided an exemption for certain qualifying low-income and senior households. And we had discussed that when we talked about the first ballot measure that was ultimately unsuccessful. This ballot measure, when the voters approved it and it raised the rate, the question then becomes, well, what do you do about those individuals who obtained the exemption? The ballot measure question, the language of the ballot measure, and you have it as part of the packet, indicates that those taxpayers who qualify for that exemption would be exempt from this increase. So the question that the assessor treasurer had was, well, what about the otherwise applicable 1% implicit price deflator, et cetera? At the end of the day, where we landed on this was the language of the ballot measure controls. And historically, when we have done these when we've done the increases, just to use last year's as an example, at the implicit price deflator, that was an increase in our taxable value, not taxable value, our levy rate by about $41,000 or so. The amount of individuals that qualify for this exemption, comparatively speaking, I don't have an exact number for you, but it's pretty low. So we ultimately kind of hit the point of, at what point are we chasing that small amount versus trying to, give everything, and do something other than what we told the voters. And so the measure that you have before you tonight is modeled on a similar ballot measure from a jurisdiction up in Snohomish County that ran a very similar public safety measure with very similar language from a few years ago. And we looked at a number of other examples with other jurisdictions going back 5 years in the same boat. This is the one that we kind of landed on as closest to Yeah, what the voters said. And I think that cleanness is reflected in the ordinance that you have in front of you tonight. So that's a long phone a friend answer, but I hope it answers your question.
I think so. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other factual questions before we go to public comment? Seeing none, Emmy, would you do us the honors and explain public comment process for us?
At this time, citizens have 3 minutes to address the council on matters not scheduled for public hearing or council consideration. State law prohibits the use of this forum to promote or oppose any candidate for public office or ballot measure. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please provide your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And are there any public comments? Anyone in the council chambers that would like to make a comment during the public hearing on our property tax levy? Anyone? Not seeing anyone. And online, we have that opportunity too. Excuse me. And I don't see anyone there raising hands either. But Emmy, are you okay? All right. Then I'm going to close our public comment period, and we'll move on to council consideration. So, council,
Mayor, this
yes,
is Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa. Make a motion to pass an ordinance requesting the Pierce County assessor to levy property taxes for 2024.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa. And is there a second?
This is Councilmember Belisi. I second.
Excellent. Thank you. So we have a proper motion with the help of Councilmember Belisi. Any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Keel.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Just to ask a question, just to be clear, we had the 1.1% increase is the number, and in no case, when we pass this, will there a citizen be paying more than that? It'll be that's the high end percentage increase. Is that my understanding?
The voters approved $1 per thousand, and that is what is being approved, and it won't be changing.
Won't change. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further council comments? I don't see any offhand. So with that, we'll go to a voice vote, or excuse me, a roll call vote.
Councilmember Keel,
Aye.
Councilmember Wood,
Aye.
Councilmember McCluskey,
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Belisi,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa,
Aye.
Mayor Worthington.
Mayor Worthington, aye.
Mayor vote result 7-0. Yes.
The motion passes, and we'll notify the county appropriately. That brings us to our next item, and we're talking about a contract amendment for the Delta Development Group. And this is going to, Batorik is going to help us with that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Liz Patorik, Administrative Services Department. Staff has been working with the Delta Development Group in 2023 to search out and apply for various federal grant funds in addition to services related to requests for congressionally directed funds that are separate federal funding requests outside of grants. The city manager has implemented a professional services agreement with Delta Development Group under his authority of $49,999. The city has budgeted the amount of $60,000 for this work. Staff is requesting that the PSA be amended by $10,001 to meet the budgeted threshold and to complete work that can be done in November and December of this year. The most recent work conducted by Delta is their assistance in reviewing the 2023 FEMA BRIC review that we received from the state mid-October of this year. They provided their feedback of our federal grant application from earlier in the year. Staff from Delta, along with the city, were able to meet with the state, go over their recommendations, and make those changes. We recently resubmitted that grant to the state for their final review before the final step of providing that application to the federal FEMA agency for the grant application for the 2023-2024 year. This is one of the 3 current open grant projects that we have mutually worked on that amounts to close to $20 million. The PROTECT grant, which also was done to replace the Day Island Bridge. The Charging and Fueling Infrastructure grant, to increase charging stations across the city, and the congressionally directed funding request for the Chambers Bay Roundabout round out the list of currently open grant projects that have been worked on by the staff in Delta. There are 2 additional funding requests that we would like to get Delta's assistance on before the close of this year. That is the Commerce EV Charging Grant, and then, of course, the next round of congressionally directed funding requests, which will begin early next year, but we would like to complete strategizing on those requests at the end of this year. Thus, staff are requesting the additional $10,001 that is budgeted to close out those projects for the 2023 year. Thank you for your consideration, and that concludes my presentation this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Lisa. And so are there any factual questions from council? Councilmember McCluskey.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, this is going to complete this year's work. Are we expecting any additional work to continue in 2024 that will create additional expenditures outside of the additional $10,000 and one that's requested?
It could be possible. I am hoping that we close out the FEMA BRIC grant. That's the one that is out there right now. I'm hoping that we can conclude that this year and close out that project. So we wouldn't need that assistance next year.
Okay. And do you foresee having them assist you with any other grants in the future, or you've gleaned enough to do it on your own now?
I think we've gained a lot of experience working with Delta, their expertise, especially during the congressionally directed funding request portions where the mayor and mayor pro tem went and traveled back east to D.C. Was very helpful. So we are hoping that it's not a requirement in the future, should I say.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for you. Are you happy with the work that or the response that Delta has provided you so far?
From staff's perspective, and I can speak from my perspective, I know that they have also worked with our engineering department. They have been very receptive. They have been very timely. Every request that we have made to them, they have followed through on, and they have completed at our behest. They have contacted various state agencies on our behalf when we have requested them to do so. So from that perspective, with their responsiveness, the expertise that they have provided to staff in drafting the various grants this year, and also with the congressionally directed funding requests and some of the recommendations of who to visit back east, was very, very helpful. So to that aspect, speaking as a staff member that's worked directly with them, very pleased with the work that they have conducted so far.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. I tell you, I've been really happy with what I've seen come from this company and how they've been working with us and how staff has been working with them. I tell you, I was very nervous when I first heard about this, them being in D.C., them having worked with very large government agencies before and being in that whole inside the beltway kind of deal, and, you know, would they pay attention to us? And would we be bold enough to demand attention? And so I can say that I think both of those questions have been answered for me in the positive, and so I'm happy with the work. The question I have is the $10,000 that we're asking for 2023. Are we gonna burn through that $10,000 in the next 8 weeks? Is that why we need it? How's the money versus the year end? How does that play?
Sure. So the way that the PSA is set up, it's a contingency where we pay for their services $5,000 per month. And there is enough work for us to get through with the BRIC application and these other 2 projects that we discussed, that we will go through the budgeted amount for the PSA.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can do that simple math. Thank you.
Yes.
And more, too. Thank you, Councilmember Keel. Any further factual questions before we go to public comment? I don't see any. So is there any public comment, people in the room or online for that matter? And again, I don't see any public comment on this either. So with that, we'll go to council consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa makes a motion to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the Delta Development Group Professional Services Agreement to increase the contract from $49,999 to $60,000.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa. And is there a second?
Councilmember Belisi, I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Lisi. And Councilmember Wood, did you have something would you like to start us off with this discussion?
Sure. It's just a real quick comment here because I need a calculator to do math. 60,000 out of 20 million is 0.3%, which honestly, assuming we actually get 20 million in grants, but it seems like a reasonable expense to me. So for the total cost. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Yes, I believe that we should consider supporting this action, primarily, as we all know, it's a busy environment in D.C., and their ears are bent so much that their ears don't look like their ears anymore at the end of the day. And it's hard to bend their ears when you're here over the phone, or even if you're lucky enough to be in a conference call. And someone such as most of these lobbyists have had experience and has been seen up there, and people know each other. So I think it's an efficient way to at least, even though we may not achieve it, is the long game at the end of the day. And that long game is we're going to go back for more applications, and more grants, and having someone to bend that ear at various levels is a necessary one, number one. Number two is showing up. Now, obviously, the mayor and I went and showed up as an actual physical being from the city, but they do act as our agent, and they're showing up for us. And those legislators understand, or departments understand that when a lobbyist is there representing us, is that we're there. They know the game, and they're at least saying, okay, we think enough about what we're asking for that we're willing to pay for someone to be present and get not only their attention, but also to get something maybe answered right away. And that quickness is what I believe is another efficient way to get our information. They pick up the phone, they fax, not fax, that's old stuff. They email and text certain members of the staff to say, hey, I need this answer, and they get back for us. So I think that is worth the amount of money that we're spending, and I think that at some point it will pay back, if not now, later.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Keel, did you have a comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, are we good on this side? Very good. Let's go to a vote. We'll do that with a voice vote.
Councilmember Keel?
Aye.
Councilmember Wood?
Aye.
Councilmember McCluskey?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Belisi?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa?
Aye.
Mayor Worthington?
Mayor Worthington, yes.
Vote result, Mayor, 7-0, yes.
Motion passes. We'll amend the contract appropriately. And that brings us to city manager reports. Mr. Sun.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, while Jack is coming up, he's going to give you a grants update. I want to remind council as well as the public that this Saturday at 11 a.m. in the morning is the Veterans Day Memorial Ceremony at the University Place Veterans Plaza in Cirque Park. It starts promptly at 11, rain or shine. Seating is limited due to the restricted size of the plaza. So again, 11 o'clock this Saturday is the is the Veterans Day Memorial Ceremony at the Veterans Plaza. So I'll turn it over to Jack, have you give us grants update.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Jack Eklund, Director of Public Works, and tonight I wanted to talk about the upcoming 2024 Puget Sound Regional Council federal grant project selection process, and also some of the changes at both PSRC, which I'm going to now refer that to save my tongue, I'm going to shorten Puget Sound Regional Council to PSRC for the rest of the discussion, and the Pierce County Regional Council, which I'll refer to now as PCRC. both those bodies are considering some change, changes they're considering to the process. So every 2 years, PSRC holds both a regional and countywide competitions to distribute about $90 million of Federal Highway Administration funds per year to the various jurisdictions in Snohomish, King, Pierce, and Kitsap counties. The projects are evaluated based on how well they meet the various PSRC transportation policies. In the 2022 competition, there was increased emphasis placed on safety and equity project elements. And so based on that, they've done an evaluation of what projects were awarded, and PSRC was fairly happy with how that turned out. However, they believed increased emphasis on both of those categories could also use some, could be warranted. So they are looking at, for 24 process, is placing additional emphasis on both safety and equity, and also adding some emphasis on climate impacts. So what they're looking at for safety is they want to have adding more requirements to be more specifically to tie into what's referred to, it's a FHWA term that's adopted across the nation called a safe system approach, and also to tie into proven safety countermeasures that have been identified by FHWA as well. And then they're also looking at adding a requirement for jurisdictions to commit to developing a safe system approach safety plan for their jurisdictions. So what does a safe system approach mean? It's a system that has 5 elements. It talks about safe users, which means basically projects that are safe for all modes of travel. So people in cars, pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, so forth. Safe vehicles, mostly that's out of our control. It's more like manufacturer having safety systems built into vehicles. Safe speeds, which is certainly something that we've been on a proponent for many years, reducing speeds to safe levels. Safe roads is design your roads to have to minimize crash impacts, and then also an element is post-crash care, which addresses primarily emergency vehicle response times and access. And for us, the elements that we can control or we can manage in our, if we did adopt a plan, would be the safe users, safe speeds, and safe roads. And that's, I don't foresee any issue if we need to adopt such a plan, because it's really the type of projects that we have been doing all along. So that's, I think, I am supportive of this, element of trying to clarify those, and it just checks some boxes for us. On the equity considerations, so they're still looking at what they want to recommend on that. And so they're doing an equity pilot project right now. They have a call for project out for some equity projects. And so they haven't completed that, and so they're expecting to come back in later in November and December to their various boards to have what their recommendations for that are. So more to come on that element. And then finally, for climate, what that means is they're really looking at projects, emphasis for projects that have the potential to reduce emissions. Basically, it's projects that could change travel mode choice, reduce lane travel miles, improve traffic flow, primarily in freight corridors, and convert to cleaner vehicles. What it means for UP for us, really, would just be projects that would impact us would be, mode choice type projects or projects that support non-motorized type of travel, which also has been, an emphasis of ours. So I think that will be, should be fine with our policies and everything. The last thing they're considering changing is a change in their policy associated with awarding phases for projects. So traditionally, a project has 3 major phases. PE, or preliminary engineering, which is basically your design phase, the right-of-way phase, in which you're acquiring your right-of-way needs, and then the construction phase. The current policy is in these competitions that they allow applicants to apply for and be funded for only PE plus one. So you could do a design phase and a right-of-way phase, or you could do design and construction if you didn't have a right-of-way. And the concern there is right-of-way is a fairly cumbersome phase. There's a lot of more unknowns. And so if you were ever to be awarded both right-of-way and construction at the same time, you may not be able to meet the funding goals, especially when these competitions are a 2-year time frame. And so you may not be able to complete right-of-way in a year to get to the construction. So they have what's called, the PSRC has what they call Project Delivery Task Force, that they monitor the delivery of the various agencies. And because the issue is if agencies aren't meeting their deadlines or obligations, there is a potential that the state as a whole could lose that funding for either that round or even subsequent funding rounds. And so it's a major emphasis for both WashDOT and Puget Sound Regional Council to make sure people are meeting these deadlines. So what they are seriously considering is changing it so you can only award one phase at a given time. Because they've had a number of agencies that have had to request extensions for their time. They weren't able to meet their deadlines. And I think they said it was about 80% of those were all multi-phased, or 2 awarded phase projects. Well, and so what does that mean for us? It just means projects will take a lot longer to do because it's, the competitions are every 2 years. This current competition is coming out in 24. It'll cover the years of 27 and 28. And so let's say if we're starting from scratch, you apply for a project, you could get design money for 27 or 28. You then could, in 2 years, maybe get right-of-way money for 29, 30, and construction money 31, 32. So it stretches it out basically the time frame another 2 years. Well, 2 to 4 years, depending on if you have if you don't have right-of-way. So I can see the benefits of what they're doing. It also has some ramifications, especially for kind of low-risk projects like a preservation-type project where there really is very little risk that you're going to be able to meet the design is uncomplicated. There's usually not right-of-way needs. But that's something they're considering, and I believe it's this month, later this month, I think, that they're coming back to the Transportation Policy Board, I believe, and then Executive Board in December, I think.
Well, Jack, thank you for that update. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, you're engaged in this too. What did you have a comment?
And I did ask, this is the majority of my report, and because I was not going to go through all those details as Jack can. However, just an FYI is that it hasn't been voted on. It, like he said, it's going to go to the Transportation Board. They'll be voted on it, and it'll go to the Executive Board, which I am part of. And I've asked Jack to put together a bullet point of the changes that are more appropriate. And the specific one is, of course, the one where they want to, it doesn't matter whether it's a complex one or a simple one, that shouldn't have to go into one phase and could easily be 2 phases, 3 phases, and make that argument. And I hope that you guys engage here a little bit, and it's going to be off track a little bit because this is a report, but it's important to hear from the council members because I need to, and we'll send this bullet points to you via email for comment because this is not a study session, but I'll do that as well because at some point I need to have everybody's input, especially technical staff like Jack's, to be able to debate and argue heavily because it's going to be kind of because the staff there are really stuck on there, and the primary reason why is because there's been too many phases that have been incomplete, and it puts a burden on PSRC that's not keeping a tight grip on this, and the feds are not happy, and like Jack said, and what PSRC is afraid of losing money's coming to the state. That being said, we want to make sure that it doesn't delay other projects that take 4 or 6 years, the dynamics in society overall or whatever could change really quick, and it shouldn't be doing that. So I like to be able to argue on behalf of us, and I'm going to be talking to the PCRC folks as well and say, this is what I really want to argue on our behalf because I don't think it's right.
When is this scheduled for, roughly?
Probably in December. We have a December meeting, and I think they're going to try to do it in December, and we'll have it. I do want to submit a argument when the Transportation Board meets, so that they have it on the books before they vote, and then I'll express the concerns at the Executive Board as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're just a little out of order, having doing this in the realm of the city manager's report, but I guess it's an opportunity that we have. Councilmember Belisi. I'm sorry, Klesky. I don't know why.
Might as well keep it
We
going.
look alike. Yeah, we do.
Just keep it
It's a
going.
compliment either way, right? Okay, well, my question is, okay, so we have these three different phases. So, and it's a complicated project, so you can get the design done, and then you could never get funding for the rest of it, right? Or you can go to the right-of-way piece and not ever get construction dollars. So that's my concern. My major concern, actually, is that. So do we have extra bonus points when we go after the different phases if we've already was awarded for the first phase or the second phase? Like the first phase would be, X amount of points. Second phase would be more than X amount of points, so that we don't see these public hanging projects that are, who knows when they're going to be completed. It's like the never-ending date. Someday.
Yes, and that certainly is a concern, especially if you get awarded project funding and you accept funds. If you don't complete it within a certain time frame, you're at risk of paying back the funds. One thing that's timely with the question is it provides a good transition to what Pierce County Regional Council has been doing, and Mayor Pro Tem has been a big part of that effort. They had a work group that was formed, and we can circle back around, I think, but this will address Councilmember McCluskey's question. There's a work group that was formed to look at the county process of how the countywide distribution of funds are awarded and rated. And that work group was held by seven members of the Pierce County Regional Council was there, and then also some support staff from the Transportation Coordinating Committee, which is the group that is the transportation professionals of the various jurisdictions, of what elements should be, what could be reviewed and updated for this next process. They did, the work group brought their recommendations at the last PCRC meeting forward, and 3 of the recommendations were adopted. The first one allowed for expand some website presence on the PCRC webpage to also include all the backup information for the Transportation Coordinating Committee, both their meetings and the grant criteria and the scoring, basically to make that process more transparent and easier for the public to follow along what's happening and get more information. Another one was they made a recommendation to revise the Transportation Coordinating Committee operating procedures to really button them up to make sure that what they were doing in practice is formally documented and make sure that there's that was important to do, so there wasn't any way someone could then say, well, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And so they really tightened up, crossed all the T's, dotted the I's of that process. And then the last one, they wanted to clarify one of the questions of on the grant project about multiple centers. But that was a question of process of how it's really scored, but just clarifying the question. But now now I said I was going to get back to your question. One of the considerations that they had was currently in our application, we do give points for, you get a significant amount of points for previously funded phases. And the intent of that is for that exact same reason what the concern you raise is once you start a project, you want to see that project through fruition. And so the application awards points for a certain amount of points for the PE phase, and then if you get the right-of-way phase 2, then you get even more points for PE and right-of-way, and so it does make it more likely to receive the funds moving forward. There was a consideration to reduce the emphasis on that question, and the PCRC did vote against that, which I think was a good decision, especially in light of the new consideration to stretch things out more. And then the another consideration that was also not ultimately supported was there was a proposal to weigh all centers the same. So a lot of the projects in the countywide competition or the regional competition are based on the various tiers of centers, a regional growth center, a countywide center, and a local center. There are more requirements for taking in more growth and what type of density and so forth you have at each tier. And so one proposal was to treat all of them the same, but that also was not ultimately supported by the group either. And so I think that also is was a prudent decision by the council there. So then I'll just give you a quick update on the schedule, and then we can circle back around to more questions. But so where they're at, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa mentioned that December they're coming back to the executive board. In January, they hope to have their actual all their framework policies for this competition adopted. And so then in February, they would come out with the call-up projects for both the regional and the countywide competition. And then both of those competitions would have applications generally due in April. Consideration by, if it's regional, it's by PSRC. The countywide's by each countywide group. That usually happens in May and June. And then it'll go back to PSRC to be adopted by the executive board in July for the project selection. So that's, after going through that, now I'm circle back to any other questions you have.
Good, thank you, Jack. Appreciate the getting the perspective of the timeline in there as well. I think Councilmember Wood had a comment or question.
No, I'm going to defer right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Jack, I had a question, if I could, which is if federal dollars are used in the design phase, the first phase, PE, does it require federal processes for right-of-way acquisition?
Yep. So if you use federal in any phase, you have to follow it throughout whether or not you get federal funds for later phases.
So while we don't typically have this issue, some places do where they have to relocate. And the relocation process, as you know, under the federal side, is very long, onerous, and expensive. So, okay. Yep. So much for that idea. All right. Councilmember Keel.
Yeah, more of a comment to Mayor Pro Tem's question. I'm glad you said what you said about the elongating of the, because that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, that's, in my opinion, kind of craziness, because it doesn't help, because now we've got a project that, could be 4 years. Now it's like 8 years, and on the one hand, I just don't see the logic in that, right? As far as the phases, okay, there could be some validity into the different phases, but to say that you have to wait for 2 more years to get funding is kind of harsh. I like your notion of, very complex ones, maybe the less complex one, you can put 2 phases together. I think that's one slice to slice, but there may be some other slices that I would take a study session to get into, but I'm hopeful that you guys can put your head together and think of other ways that you can kind of slice it so it could pare it down.
Could be a thought. And to figure out what some of those, I mentioned relocating someone that's on the property that you're acquiring can be onerous, but there are other things too that complicate projects. Right. That's just an example. Okay. Any other comments to guide or for Jack on this, or for that matter, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Jack. Appreciate the update. Steve, thanks for letting us take your time for.
And that's the end of my report.
Are you sure?
All right. Well, that's going to bring us into council comments, and then we'll go around the table, and starting with Councilmember Keel. Mm-hmm.
Nothing to report tonight.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Keel. Councilmember Wood.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Very good. Councilmember McCluskey.
And I'll triplicate that. Nothing to report.
Okay. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel bad now because I do have something.
What we want to do.
I just wanted to let council know I attended the latest SHAPE executive board meeting last week, and they gave a presentation on Affordable Housing 101 that is absolutely amazing. For anyone here on the council who wants to learn more about what does affordable housing mean, because as we've discussed here on the dais numerous times, that means different things to different individuals. It means different things to different agencies, and it means different things to federal, state, and local government. So they videotaped it. They had an amazing SME that presented that. If it was ever a way to have her come here and do that for council, it would be worth every penny, even at a retreat. It was great. And that segued into, if you recall, when we had the conversation about being a participant in SHAPE, whether we wanted to really be a part of that, whether we wanted to contribute funding to it, because we wanted to make sure dollars would come back to the city and for projects. I really have to do a shout out to Jason Gothard and the staff over there. I was one of the guys with the jaundiced eye here on the dais about whether it was worth it to the city or not. But they spent the entire summer putting together proposals and working initiatives so that to ensure that there's equity for all the jurisdictions that participated. And they're getting ready to move forward now with their first projects of property acquisition and actually building projects that will benefit not only the local jurisdictions but the county overall. So, they just did a phenomenal job with that. And then lastly, they've got their election of officers coming up. So, we want to follow that. That's going to be worth it. The last comment I want to make, I'll just say tomorrow's election day. Vote your conscience, and I hope we get a good turnout from the city. That's it.
Very good. Thank you. Nice reminder of Election Day, and your report on SHAPE was very interesting. Appreciate that. Councilmember Belisi.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
And Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. Mostly around PCRC and PSRC is a hot topic. First of all, PSRC, I should remember, PCRC does not have a meeting in November, which makes it very difficult to get any feedback, and I'm not sure how, and emailing these folks and having a response, so it's very difficult. So I'm going to have to just go with what I have. But that being said, I asked Councilmember Ed Wood to be in my place this coming next Thursday because I'm going to be in NLC, but you don't have to worry about it now. No meeting. So, but it does present a problem, and I really would appreciate it when we get this I get this with Jack. What needs to be defended is to have at least your take on this. I need some support other than my thoughts and Jack's, and I appreciate Jack's because he's on the ground. But and its frustration for me is that PSRC just presented this in the last meeting. Yep. Okay. And on something this big, because I think there's a lot of debate about exactly, even the complicated ones. Those are the ones that you really want to make sure you can have, sessions over this. And so I think, and I understand what they want to protect, and I think it should be flipped. is give more consequences to those that don't perform versus to ones that will perform. And that's part of my what I would like to say to them. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how to best, because this is all new, okay? And I'm thinking of where would maybe the city, this council, the mayor, as we put this together, we can sign. I know that the transportation board, which is going to be key. I don't know what kind of public testimony. I think that any public official, for those that have been on PSRC or know about it, is maybe this is a question for Jack, but I think that public officials can do public comment during okay, so if that's so, I think it's worth our time to show up if we can. I think staff can show up, and I'm asking, if that's possible for Steve Sack to have someone like Jack to show up. I'm going to call anyone I know and see if they can show up. I think testimony is going to be important to let them know that this isn't, their recommendations doesn't make sense in so many aspects. And then, of course, at the executive board meeting, I'm hoping there'll be some testimony from different folks on the problems and consequences of doing this. So that's the best I can do, because I think that I believe that it will impact how we get grants. And the fear factor is that nobody wants to hold a hot potato and having to give back dollars if you can't finish the phases. And I don't know how they're planning to do that, because things change so much. So I would appreciate any kind of help from anyone here and people that you know in different. I know that some of us are going to be in LC. If you see some of those counterparts from Pierce County, talk to them, for example. Some of us run into some of these folks. I'm asking you to talk to them as well on this issue and to speak up. Not just nod, say, yeah, that's not so good, but they need to speak up, and that's what I'm asking. Somebody needs to speak up. Otherwise, they'll just move on. I think that the reception at the PSRC, when they got the presentation, it was just a presentation with follow-up votes, is that it sounds okay. There wasn't a lot of debate. I was kind of struck because I wasn't prepared. So anyway, whatever it's worth, I think that it would be wise for us, because we are very good at getting grants. If we didn't get grants like some other cities, then okay, but we depend on those grants. I don't know, there must be over $100 million in grants we get from these folks over the years. That's a lot of dough. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
When is the meeting?
I'll text it to you guys, but it's the fourth, well, the PSRC meeting is the fourth Thursday of this month and next month. Okay. And then the Transportation Board, I don't know that one. But it's on the PSRC website.
We can get the information out. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's just one more thing, sir. Well, it's interesting. Some of these really devastating recommendations that were made in the PCRC workshop, they were devastating. What was interesting is, thank God the word was, because I no longer have to deal with it, but it was actually from the 7 council members that voted to bring the recommendations to the council. It was 4-7. And 4 to recommend those devastating issues. And on the first one, it was a tie. So it was a tie, and of course it failed, thank goodness. And then there was a lot of discussion on the other ones, and they would have been devastating, especially the last one. The last one, it was 4-3 that said bring it forward on reducing the points. If you are on multiples, it was actually half the point. So if you won the first phase or the first grant, The next time for the next phase, you get half those points reduced. And then the third phase, you get another half of that half reduced. And I spoke very loudly against that, and I won't go through those details, but I think I made the point so well that Mayor Pro Tem, Deputy Mayor Whitting, which was the proponent for that, removed his motion from it. And then there was no vote. So anyway, so all that effort was worth us participating in the fashion we did, because I think that it would have gone the other way in so many wrong ways. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, very good. Well, thank you for your hard work with that. And obviously, it's paying off and important for all of us. And yes, we have a very significant history of being successful with transportation grants, not just getting the grants, but doing projects, doing them on time. Our citizens really have strongly benefited from that. And the sidewalks in this community are there essentially solely from that purposes. The streets updated. It's a key funding formula for us and for our citizens. I have a few comments, so I'll get into those. I had the opportunity to attend the Association of Washington Cities legislative briefing this last week, Eric Faison was there with me. A chance to hear some of the legislative agenda issues. We're going to be talking about that later on tonight as well. So heard some of that with the help of Candace Bach and her team, and our AWC director as well. I also had the opportunity to attend a UP after hours with the bank right around the corner. It was a good turnout. Haven't had one of those in 6 months or so. I want to say Columbia Bank. I may have that name wrong. I don't remember what.
First Financial.
First Financial. So First Financial is the bank right around the corner. Okay, good. Excuse me for not having quickly in mind. Glad you knew it was First Financial, though.
I had a representative there.
Ah, all right, good. Yes, you did. Yes. All right. But it was a very good turnout and a chance to talk to our business community with that and such. We also had a meeting here Tuesday night last week, and that was in the council room. Council room was a little different. It was the chairs were gone, these tables were gone, and instead we had I think it was about 8 or so round tables, and we hosted a dinner for Pierce County mayors and city administrators, police chiefs, and such here. We had about 50 participants. Councilmember Keel was kind enough to join me with that and help host. In that meeting, we had also invited Pierce County legislative representatives. We had Senator Conway, along with 20th District Representative Maureen Levitt is here as well for that. During the course of those 2 hours or so, Mayor Jason Whalen with Lakewood had gone over the legislative proposal that I believe you have seen some copies of. And we're going to talk about some of that a little later on tonight, too. It was relatively short notice, and our legislators did the best they could to attend. I'm glad we got who we did and such. But we also got some press, too. So in today's TNT, in the Columbia newspaper, if I remember right, I think that's what Columbia is coming into my mind. And I think there was some video clips on CRIM, if I remember right, on their online site. And getting that message out that our communities in Pierce County, the mayors, the city councils, the police chiefs, by and large, see a need for change in how we're doing criminal justice services with youth, seeing how we are being constrained by certain pursuit policies that should be left to a jurisdictional decision and not prescribed by the state. And I think that message was received loudly. And reasonably well. That isn't to say that the room was full of yeses. It wasn't. There were other folks there, other council members. Council member from Tacoma, excuse me, I'm not thinking the gentleman's.
Blocker.
Help me again, say it.
Blocker.
Blocker. Councilmember Blocker was there, and he had some very good points to make about the other side of that issue. And like anything, there are two sides. And so it was good to hear those other points, and Councilmember Keel helped to talk about meeting in the middle a bit, so that was very worthwhile as well. We haven't done something like that before, but I think it was done very well. Emmy did a great job with the logistics of it. Thank you for that. And I think we all would have been, yeah. Yes, indeed. Represented us well there. But I think more importantly was certainly is the outcome. And that remains to be seen, but we've made a good effort there that supports criminal justice issues in our communities. And it was also interesting seeing the city's family, if you will, in Pierce County come together, because we had, I don't recall quite, I think it was 16 or so different cities represented there. Again, with the police chiefs, with the city administrator or manager, with the mayor, with council members, it was a good representation. So I wanted to share that with you. I know Senator Conway had made some affirmative statements about the effectiveness in his mind, and as did Representative Levitt as well. Other things going on, as you know, I'm on the Rainier Communications Commission, and I'm the current chair. For the last 2 years or so, we've been working on an interlocal agreement to update that from its roughly 30-year genesis. And we've had a couple of different trips around the process with it. Now, I think for the moment, we're pretty much landing on something that I feel I can probably recommend to you, and that our attorney is working with as well. But it has gotten through a number of concerns and hoops. I met recently with I'm on the committee that is involved with that, and the reports we have are looking good. We'll have a formal action or consideration coming up here in a couple of weeks with the Rainier Communications Commission. Several of you, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, Councilmember Fleming, have been past presidents or chairs, whichever it is, of RCC, so I know you're well engaged in that. So we'll find out shortly, but it's been a long haul, and I'm hoping that we'll get this to something that the cities can seriously consider and address the reasonable concerns that the county has as our administrative agent in this. Okay, and then we, as I think those of us that are going to the National League of Cities Conference coming up here, gosh, is it really next week, know that we have an opportunity to have a delegate for that. I've talked to each of you. Councilmember Fleming has volunteered to be that delegate. Now, if we have other volunteers, that's great. Otherwise, I would take the actions necessary to nominate Councilmember Fleming as the delegate. Excuse me, Councilmember Keel.
Question: Do we find out when the meeting is going to be, and that we know that it's going to be it's a long meeting? It's not. It's like.
Yeah, I
you're
don't
sequestered
know exactly.
And you're locked in, and you
Right.
got.
We know for sure it's Friday or Saturday.
It's Friday or Saturday, so this is our one remaining opportunity to have a delegate. So what I would like to do, if that's important to research that, and I can appreciate that it is, someone in the room can find that information out and find out when it's on the agenda, and we'll bring this back to the table a little later on tonight.
Right.
Does that work for folks?
Yeah.
Oh, by golly, she's very quick.
Is it there? All right.
November 18th.
Research, right there.
I can see it from here. It's in red.
November 18th from, so's my face. From November 18th from 2:15 to 4:15.
That's Saturday.
Okay.
2 hours.
All right.
So is he okay?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
You're okay? He's okay? All right. Very good.
I second the motion.
All right. We have a
Amy, you are really good. But I didn't know you were that good.
That was funny.
That was impressive.
we have a motion to appoint Councilmember Fleming as the delegate for the National League of Cities Conference for 2023. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Right, motion passes. Our delegate has been selected. Congratulations. All right. Well, with that, I think we can move on to our next order of business. And that's going to be moving from our regular session into a study session. So we're now in a study session.
Can you tell me if that is the first study session, or second, or third? Third? Okay.
If you're talking about the accessory dwelling units.
Okay.
I can read right.
Well, no, I didn't have it in here. He didn't show it up, so usually they show it, but they didn't this time.
Okay. Well, Kevin Brisky, our Community and Economic Development Director, is here to get us started.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Kevin Brisky with the Community and Economic Development Department. Here this evening also with Kenneth George, Senior Planner with the department. We're going to discuss accessory dwelling units. Just as a introduction, see if I can get the PowerPoint going. That'll work. Just regarding accessory dwelling units, once again, in short, ADUs, you'll hear that term used a lot for them. They are freestanding or attached units that can blend well with existing single-family neighborhoods and are typically more affordable than traditional single-family homes. They often makes them a good fit for seniors and smaller households in the community. As part of kind of background, back in June 21st of 2021, the City Council passed the Housing Action Toolkit. As one of the recommendations in the Housing Action Toolkit was for to have the city take a look at our accessory dwelling unit regulations. We currently do allow accessory dwelling units, but they are somewhat limited in size and some other requirements that make them sometimes a little harder to do. The Planning Commission took up accessory dwelling units back in 2022, and they made a recommendation about a year ago to the City Council regarding some proposed amendments to accessory dwelling units. Back on June 14th, the City Council held their first study session on accessory dwelling units, and we received questions and comments from the City Council. We followed up on, staff followed up on August 7th of 2023 and further went over those items that were requested and had a further discussion. This will be our third study session on this, and we're coming back with some additional information regarding accessory dwelling units. Just a brief on the Planning Commission recommendation, and then also what the City Council had us look at was House Bill 1337. As you all are aware, the state legislature passed House Bill 1337 last spring. This is going to require the city to come into compliance with that House bill by the middle of 2025. Some of the differences between the Planning Commission recommendation has to do with the number of accessory dwelling units and what lots they're on and the size. So just quickly here, without going through each one of these, but House Bill 1337 says that there has to be 2 allowed accessory dwelling units on all lots that meet the minimum lot size. So in our R1 zone, our residential 1 zone, that's 9,000 square feet. That's our largest area. On those lots, we would have to allow 2 accessory dwelling units. They could be detached or attached, depending on how the lot's configured. It also says that the size of the accessory dwelling units would need to be 1,000 square feet, and for a detached accessory dwelling unit, the height of 24 feet would be needed. Can no longer have a requirement for an owner occupied, so can no longer require the owner to live either in the accessory dwelling unit or the principal structure. This is similar to what the Planning Commission recommended. The House Bill 1337 does allow for the allowance
Kevin,
for...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but would you want questions towards the end, or you want them as things come up?
I've got it broken into two-part after I go through this, and then I was going to ask that question on the
Thank you.
follow-up slide.
All right.
But I'll do that now. I'll answer it now. So after this slide, I've got a couple other slides that go over a couple of options for setbacks on accessory dwelling units and the number of accessory dwelling units. Would like to then open it up for any discussion on those two items because they're kind of intertwined. And then the parking, Mr. George will go over parking and then open that up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So House Bill 1337 does allow for off-street parking, so we can require a certain level of off-street parking for accessory dwelling units. Our current regulation doesn't require off-street parking, however, the size is smaller than what we have to allow. So we've got the staff report presentation here broken up into three items: the setback options, minimum lot size options, and parking options. So I'd like to just go over the first two and open that up for discussion, and then go over the off-street parking. So setback options. What we were looking at and considering here, and this is setback options for lots that meet the minimum lot size. So lots that in the R1 zone are 9,000 square feet. We currently allow accessory dwelling units that are detached to have a reduced setback, and this would be the diagram on the left for an example, and the diagram on the right as well. The detached accessory dwelling units can have a reduced setback of 5 feet to the side and rear. That is what's currently allowed. It's not only allowed for accessory dwelling units, but also we allow that for like detached garages as well. So what the House Bill 1337 does allow us some flexibility to mitigate the impact of the second accessory dwelling unit. So on lots that meet our minimum lot size, where we have to incorporate the ability to have two accessory dwelling units, we can have one of the accessory dwelling units allowance of having the reduced setback of the 5-foot side and 5-foot rear, similar to what we currently allow. But we can require the second accessory dwelling unit to meet the same setbacks as the principal structure, as the house. So if they had the room and they met the minimum lot size to do a second accessory dwelling unit, that second one would have to meet the 25-foot front yard, 8-foot side yard, and 30-foot rear yard setbacks, which are the standard setbacks in our residential zones. So most likely in that sort of instance, you would see a similar setup to what you see on the site plan on the left, or the second accessory dwelling unit would be attached, which would be allowed because it could be attached or detached. And if it's attached, once again, it has to meet then the same, those larger setbacks. So what that would do is it would help kind of mitigate some visual impacts and impacts to any of the surrounding neighborhoods by requiring the larger setbacks for the second accessory dwelling unit. Now, the council could also consider, we have a second option up here, is you could consider allowing reduced setbacks for both of the detached accessory dwelling units. So you do have the ability to allow 5-foot setbacks for two accessory dwelling units if you choose to, on that. This example here we've got that we're going to discuss are accessory dwelling units that would be on substandard lots. Now, a substandard lot is a lot that doesn't meet the zoning's minimum lot size. In the R1 zone, that's a 9,000 square foot lot. And just for reference, just to kind of give a scale on the number of lots in the city, located in the R1 and R2 zones, we have 8,311 total lots out there. And of those, there's 2,468 are below the minimum lot size, or about 30%. So we have about 30% below the minimum lot size, and then roughly 70% that meet or are sometimes much larger because they haven't been developed. So House Bill 1337 does allow, if you look at option one, it does allow us to control and have no accessory dwelling units allowed on lots that don't meet the minimum lot size. Now, that would be more restrictive than what we currently allow, because we currently allow accessory dwelling units on all lots. So what The second option here would be to allow just one accessory dwelling unit, similar to what we allow now. However, it would be at the 1,000 square feet and could, if it was detached, have the reduced setbacks. So we could allow one accessory dwelling units on the lots that are smaller than the minimum lot size. So that is roughly 30% of the overall lots. And while staff is recommending at least considering this, is taking into consideration House Bill 1110, and not to dive all the way into the weeds on this one, but House Bill 1110, which we have to come into compliance with as well, says we have to allow 2 units on all our lots independent of lot size. And that's the missing middle legislation. However, it does allow us to use accessory dwelling units to meet that second unit. So if the council considers option 2 and allowing one accessory dwelling unit on all lots in the city that are substandard, that gets us into partial compliance with House Bill 1110. And that helps kind of mitigate the impacts of House Bill 1110 by using the accessory dwelling unit to meet the second unit requirement, but then you're limiting the size of that second unit to our accessory dwelling unit size of the 1,000 square feet. Otherwise, you may not have a square footage limitation there. One caveat I'd like to say on that is House Bill 1110 also has a requirement that says you have to allow up to 4 units on every lot in the city if one is designated affordable. That's something we will be tackling.
I missed it. Say that again.
It's tough for me to say too, I will be honest. House Bill 1110 has 2 requirements. It says you have to allow 2 units on every lot, independent of lot size, and up to 4 units on every lot if one of the units is designated affordable. Now, and not once again, I didn't want to get totally into the weeds on that, just because we'll be tackling that later with other design requirements and things. However, for the 2-unit requirement at market rate, if you choose to use accessory dwelling units to meet that second unit, you're partway there on meeting 1110, and feel it's a good way to help kind of mitigate the impacts of House Bill 1110 by allowing 2 accessory dwelling units on lots, or I'm sorry, 2 units, one of them accessory dwelling unit on lots that are below our minimum lot size. And the third option here is you still would have, similar to lots that are larger than 9,000 in the R1 zones, if on substandard lots, you could choose to allow 2 accessory dwelling units on those as well. However, as you can see, the option 2 gets you, is similar to what we currently allow, as we allow a second accessory, we allow an accessory dwelling unit, and it gets you partial compliance with House Bill 1110. And it gets you there on being compliant with House Bill 1337 if you allow 2 accessory dwelling units on lots that meet the minimum lot size, and then just the 1 on lots that are below the minimum lot size. And that concludes at least the discussion that I had for those 2 items, and I'd like to open it up for questions before going into the parking requirements.
Okay, very good. With regards to the ADU discussion then, and Councilmember Fleming, I believe you had a question.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Hey, Kevin, thank you not only for the visuals, that helps immensely, but for the presentation. 2 questions for you. One, sometimes it's in the wording. You said that we must have versus allow the 2 units in the beginning of your presentation. So one says we can allow it, the other says we got to go out and start pushing people to put ADUs. So what is the exact language there?
We would have to have regulations that would allow people to build 2 ADUs on lots that meet the minimum lot size.
All right. And then looking up here, I was trying to figure out what the square footage of these ADUs are, number one. So you take your lot size example up there. If someone had even smaller ADUs, could they theoretically put, instead of 2, like 4, stack them up, have 6 to 8 in a substandard lot?
On a substandard lot, on a lot that's below the minimum lot size, it would depend on what the council would want to allow. If you wanted to allow 1 accessory dwelling unit, you're allowed 1. It could be 400 square feet, it could be 1,000, it could be anywhere in between.
Okay, so, and that's my point. As we draw up our rules, we perhaps want to be really careful in terms of defining how many square feet that ADU can be, which would drive how many units they could put. And just theoretically speaking, if we say the square foot of that ADU can be 1,000 feet and I reduce an ADU to 500 square feet, then I could just stack them up and I could put them side by side and I could have multiple if our language allowed for that. See where I'm going with that?
I do, and we can make sure it's clear. The way that we've proposing it is you're allowed just one unit independent of size. So if you have a 500 square foot unit with a kitchen and bathroom, that's your one unit, even if you only had 500 square feet and you didn't take advantage of the full 1,000.
Okay, great. So I look forward to the language part of it, because that's where we're going to either do well or have issues, I think. But thank you.
Councilmember McCluskey.
Okay, thank you. Has
Oh,
the
Councilmember Wood.
emergency management and fire departments looked in on some of these short setbacks? Because I remember many, many years ago, they were concerned with some of the lot sizes that we were proposing on the planning commission, that they wanted to make sure that there was 10 feet there so they can get their crew and their ladders to the back in case of an emergency, a fire. And so this is like half the size, going all the way around and also stacking it up towards the back fences there. So I'm wondering what was their input, or did they have any? Or they did and they didn't, the legislators didn't care.
We haven't gone directly to the fire district on this particular proposal. However, going back to your question, and familiar with that, that's where the 5-foot setback comes from that we currently have for detached structures. Because on the other side of the property line, they have a 5-foot setback as well, and there's your 10-foot clearance.
But if you have a fence, then you don't have the 10.
Correct, but the fire district, when we were working with those 5-foot setbacks, that's all they cared about, is that we had 5 feet on each side for the detached structures. In fire code as well, when it comes to the building code, it actually allows something even smaller,
Well, that
and you can
answers my
design it
question
to
there.
meet the building code. However, the 5 feet is what we've kept with for our detached structures, not only accessory dwelling units, but sheds, garages as well.
Right, okay. Right, the other, on the substandard lot sizes, so the houses can go up to 24 feet. So 1 story, 1.5, is that what we're talking about?
So
1.5? Depending on the pitch of the roof?
It would depend on the pitch of the roof. So currently, for the principal structure, the house in our R1, R2 zones, the maximum height is 35 feet. For a detached structure, for the accessory dwelling units, what House Bill 1337 says for a detached one, we have to allow up to 24 feet in height, which could be an accessory dwelling unit above a garage. You could accommodate that if you had the roof pitch,
Right,
correct.
okay. All right, so increases density and height. The other question I have is, so on option 3, on the substandard lot, we have the attached dwelling unit to the house, so that would count as, I'm assuming 3, right? So if one of them is affordable, so if they make it affordable, so could another ADU go adjacent to the back ADU to make the 4th, if one of them is affordable?
You're getting into House Bill 1110 a little bit on going to the 4 units. And the only thing I'd say with that is what we're proposing is that only 1 unit could take advantage of those reduced setbacks. Any additional units would have to meet the same setbacks as the principal house, so the larger setbacks. So most likely they would be, like our example here, attached to the house because that's probably the only way they could meet those larger setbacks. So you could not do a second unit that would have that reduced 5-foot setback.
So we're going to have, so when we're discussing this, we also have the other one coming up for the affordable unit with the 4 units on the lot that we have. So we're not going to discuss that yet. We're tabling that down the road, right?
Correct.
And we're partial compliance
For the 2 units.
for the 2
correct.
units, right? Okay. All right. My other question, because I'm just looking at it visually, trying to figure out how the puzzles are going to piece into these substandard lots. So the back unit on option 2, the distance between the back unit and the house is approximately what? From that foot?
It really could vary.
Okay.
at-
So what would we allow minimally between the primary house and the accessory dwelling unit for the option 2?
At 5 feet. That's our current
5
requirement.
feet. So it could go in back of the house 5 feet.
Our current requirement for separation between the primary structure and a detached structure, this for garages or the accessory dwelling units or the sheds, is a 5-foot separation between the house and the accessory structure.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wood, followed by Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, followed by Councilmember Polisi, then Councilmember Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so first, I'll echo Councilmember Fleming's comment. This is an awesome presentation. I love the visuals. It really helps me see what you're talking about. Question about, first, your example, the pictures you have there of an ADU, are those assuming a 24-foot, like a 2-story structure, as far as the way you drew the dimensions, or did you just kind of plop in a picture there? For 1,000 square feet, is that kind of?
Yeah, they're not 2-story.
They're not 2-story. They're considered, okay, just visually, I want to make sure I understand. What is the difference, or how would you define the difference between an attached ADU versus somebody just remodeling their house and adding an extra wing? How do you define that differently? So if somebody said, I can only, let's say we went with option 2 in the substandard ADU, and we only authorized 1 ADU, and then they said, well, we're only going to do 1 ADU, but we're also remodeling our house. How do you define the difference?
Yeah, and we have those definitions in place now, because this comes up where people in their basements or bonus rooms or wherever, and they want to add a entertainment room, and they add the kitchen or the sink or whatever, or another bathroom. It really comes down to the kitchen.
Okay.
And when you get right down to it, it really comes down to the stove and the wiring for the stove. If you really get into the nitty-gritty of the definition of a kitchen. So, and that's how we define dwelling units now, it's the kitchen. So you can add on, people can add on to their houses, and you can put a little mini fridge or a small sink down in a entertainment room, and we see that done, and that's not considered a dwelling unit.
Okay. Once they get a kitchen, it's a dwelling unit. Okay, got it. And then just, never mind, I think that concludes my questions. Thank you. We're good.
Thank you. Councilmember Polisi.
I want to thank you guys for this visual, because this really puts to a visualization on what I have been saying. We're eating up valuable real estate here, permeable surfaces. We've had the same people that are demanding the densification are the very same people touting climate change and heating, and we haven't even gotten to the parking option yet. And we're infringing on neighbors with a 5-foot setback. I understand we're between a rock and a hard spot as far as the 9,000 square foot. I think either option, will work on the property. So I don't have any qualms with that. Those that are below the minimum lot size, I would not like to see us go, if we are forced to do an ADU, to go more than 1 per lot. And I would highly want to recommend going to making it a requirement that it be attached, only because the surrounding lots in that neighborhood are more than likely under the 8,000 square foot. So your impact to your neighbors is a lot greater on minimum, below minimum lot size than it would be on the 9,000 square foot. The idea being that you have more open space for both dwelling units to enjoy. When it's detached, you're kind of eating away at valuable real estate, and then you add parking to it. There is no outdoor space, and that's why people buy houses to begin with, is for outdoor space. Yeah. So that's my 2 cents there.
Good. Thank you. And Councilmember Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Again, I echo thanks for the clarity in the presentation. I'm glad you guys heard us when we first heard the first session. It was like, it was just too much to swallow. But this is very much consumable. And given this the third time I've heard this, and also with our other meetings, I still don't see how, and I agree with Councilmember Bulisi, that where her point of anything that's below the minimum, 9,000 square feet, I don't know how we do anything on there. I mean, because of the clutter, I call it, just the closeness of everything. I mean, and she talked about a attached ADU. I mean, I didn't want to go that far, but if we had to be pushed at something, that would be the one thing. But I also thought I heard that if something is below the minimum lot size, that we had the option to not allow ADUs at all. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are correct, yeah. We currently do allow them on substandard lots, so it'd be more restrictive than our current requirements. However, House Bill 1337 does allow the jurisdictions to not allow them on lots that do not meet the minimum lot size. What staff was recommending here on option 2 was by allowing them on the minimum, on the substandard lots, that will help us in the future comply with House Bill 1110, where we have to allow 2 units on every lot independent of lot size, and you can use the ADU as that second unit, and then you're done. That's your 2 market rate units. You limited the square footage to the 1,000 square feet instead of possibly something larger.
And that sounds like a great solution, but the message you're saying to me kind of backhandedly almost is that 1110 supersedes 13, the other one, regardless of, I mean, they're both House bills. I mean, how does one override the other is what I'm saying. It's like if we have the option of not putting anything on any lot that's substandard, why would 1110 come to us and say, no, you got to put it on regardless of whatever the size? They conflict.
They conflict slightly, yes. I'd agree that in that regard. However, 1110 says you have to allow 6 of the 9 missing middle housing types. And there's cottage housing, there's duplexes, there's triplexes, there's a plethora of ones there. And we fall under the requirement of allowing the 2 on all the lots. And if you allow accessory dwelling units, then you don't have to allow any of the other missing middle housing types. You've met your requirement there.
So Matt's making a face at me. So is there the confliction? Is there a resolution?
No, I think Kevin answered the question probably more elegantly than I would have. Which is you got to comply with both at the end of the day. And it's not an easy job, but I think as Kevin points out it's not just, 1110 is not just about ADUs. It's about all those other housing types as well. So while our discussion tonight is focused on ADUs and how do you check that box to meet the 1337 requirements, just remember in the back of your mind, at some point we're going to have to also satisfy the 1110 requirements as well. And I think, as Kevin has shared, allowing 1 ADU or more, if you want to go in that direction, on substandard lot sizes is one way you could check that box.
Okay. That was helpful. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mayor?
And let's see, let me make a comment, then I'll get you for a second round. With regards to my thoughts, just briefly, ultimately, option 2, I think, is probably where I would lean to, at least with the information I have to date. Councilmember McCluskey.
I have a really silly question, but I'm just going to put it out there anyway. I like option 2. So we do option 2. Pardon me?
For substandard?
For substandard, yes. Let me clarify that. Thank you, Caroline. So we do this. So we know we have that Harry Monster coming down where we have to maybe change. But the lot sizes that we've done this on for the next couple years, will they still require us to make it available for, the 4 dwelling units if one is affordable, if this lot size is already taken up with the option 1? Or will that have to be compliant to other lot sizes that are not developed out with an ADU? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, I know you're perplexed. So I go and I do this the next 2 years, and then I thought, oh, I didn't realize that if I make one affordable, I can do 4. So I come back to you guys and go, hey, I want to do 4. I want to make one of mine affordable. And this is like 2-3 years from now, right? So we have other standards. I don't know how that's going to look. So are we going to allow me to extend that to add 2 more ADUs? Like if I make a couple of them smaller and one of them is affordable? Or am I done? Or just move on,
Yeah.
I'm done with that lot. It has to be a lot that's not developed out. That is the home that is now interested in doing the 4 ADUs. Or do I demolish and start again?
There's a lot of different variables that could happen in those sort of scenarios. The 4 dwelling units or 4 units that's in House Bill 1110 basically some could be ADUs, or it could be one of the other 6 of the 9 housing types, a duplex and an ADU for 3. The one affordable unit has to be similar to the other units, so you can't create, let's call it one very, very small unit and 3 large units and just call the smallest unit your affordable unit. It has to be a similar size and scale for the affordable. The affordable has to be a deed restricted for 50 years as well that you have to sign and record against the property. You also have to have the room in general, so the additional units you would be proposing would have to meet the larger setbacks. So I would envision if anybody had the ability to do those additional units, it would be either in addition to the house or inside the existing house. And then we have the ability with those units as we go through that process over the next year and a half to develop design standards when you want to do the 4 units. So we have some architectural control that we can impose as long as it's reasonable. There's some requirements there, but so we do have some more controls, and those are the items that we will be, tackling over the next year and a half, really. And so hopefully that answered your question at least somewhat, but there's a lot of variables.
It's a hypothetical what if. But
on the substandard lots, if you're asking my direction, it's going to be pretty difficult. You're just not going to have the room.
Yeah. All right. Okay, more to come. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, because I guess we're trying to give some direction to our mayor and you about the next move. So you're asking for feedback on the setback options for detached ADUs and feedback on the option for minimum lot size, correct?
Correct. We're asking for the setback options here on this slide.
For both.
For when you, on the larger lots.
Right.
Setback options for the second unit on the lots that meet minimum lot size, and then correct on what allowance for an accessory dwelling unit on a substandard lot that doesn't.
So, Mayor, as you try to give direction to the staff, and I think from my perspective, option number 2 on the setback options for detached ADUs and for option 2 as well for the minimum lot size. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
All right. Any other thoughts before we move on to parking? That is the next item?
Parking is just for some clarity. I got some direction there. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, on this option. So if I heard you correctly, setback options for detached ADUs, you would recommend that we would allow the reduced setbacks for 2?
I have to go back to my cheat sheet.
You said 2 twice.
2.
Which makes 4.
Option 2.
Okay, so here we go. For the setback options for detached ADU, that's I'm looking at that.
Right.
I can't see it from here.
Oh, sorry. Correct. Yeah, that would be, these are the lots where there's
Okay,
two
so
site plans and 9,000
I'm
square foot
recommending
lots.
option 2.
Okay.
And then for the minimum lot size, I'm recommending option 2.
Option 2, or to allow one
Right.
ADU.
All right.
And just for whatever it's worth, the reason I'm even though we're going to have to go at some point provide for another ADU, I want to have our citizens and those that plan on making this additions to feel that first one. What does that feel like? How does that look? And all that before they go, bunkers and say, well, might as well just do 2 since I can, not realizing the consequences. So I think this gives a chance for people to, if they really want to go for it, let's give them a chance, through this. Our option, for me, I think it's a way to transition homeowners in doing this. That's how I was looking at this. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Are we ready to go to parking?
Sure.
Okay.
For parking, will turn it over to Mr. George.
Thank you very much. Mayor Worthington, Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa, and council members, Kenneth George, Senior Planner for Community and Economic Development. And I'm going to present there's 2 slides that we have. But to simplify it, there's 2 options before you. And the first slide that you'll see is option 1, and then the second slide going forward could be a potential option 2. What we're proposing, or what we're wanting to discuss here, is that House Bill 1337 for those ADUs, it does set a maximum parking limit that cities, jurisdictions can impose on an ADU. And it sets those limits based on lot sizes. So what you see on the slide is that the maximum parking that we can impose for an ADU on lots that are 6,000 square feet or smaller is one parking space, off-street parking space per ADU. And on lots greater than 6,000 square feet, we can require no more than 2 off-street parking spaces per ADU. The 2 examples I have here on this slide, there are R1 examples, and as we discussed, the minimum lot size for the R1 is 9,000 square feet. And not to confuse that too much with the R2 minimum lot size, which is 6,000 square feet, but most of the examples here I've provided are for the R1 9,000 square foot. The R1 example here with a 6,000 square foot lot, that would be below the minimum lot size for the zone. And if we were to impose the ADU limit for substandard lots that we previously discussed on the further slides, and only allowing 1 ADU on that, then the House Bill 1337 says that we can't require no more than 1 parking space for that ADU. However, for a lot that is above that 6,000 square foot, so 6,001 square feet, that's above 6,000, we can begin to require 2 parking spaces for per ADU. And the right side example, it would be for a sort of a maximum lot potential. So that example is a lot that does meet our minimum lot size, where we would be required to allow 2 ADUs on that lot, and then you would have 2 parking spaces per ADU. So total of 6 parking spaces when you include the house, which is required to have 2 off-street parking spaces already. Now again, those could be in a garage. The examples on the mock-up site plans here are just sort of to skit, to spread it all out. There could be an ADU above a garage, and then they would be parking those in the garage. But I wanted to at least just show those parking spaces, also showing, in these examples, an alley space. So what staff is hoping to gain some feedback from council is this option to go with the maximum amount of parking that we can require based on House Bill 1337, or an option to provide something a little bit lesser, and that would be on the next slide.
Yeah, the interesting part is they based the parking on 6,000 square foot lots, which is not our jurisdiction's minimum lot size, but the House bill says lots that are 6,000 square feet or less, you can only require 1. Lots that are over 6,000, you can require 2. So that's based on the maximum for 1337. And the second option he'll go over here is something that's a lesser requirement that some council members, I think, wanted to consider.
Thank you for your consideration. Possibly this evening is something that also would be instead of having those parking requirements based on the lot size. If it's 6,000 or less, we just require 1. If it's over 6,000, we require 2. Is to have sort of a tiered option of going up based on the square footage of the ADU that's being proposed. So the reason for this is not everybody is going to propose to maximize their parking, and if somebody or maximize their ADU potential. Our current ADU size limit is 600 square foot for detached. We were proposing with the Planning Commission's recommendation to go up to 800 square feet. That's the example there on the far left. And we currently don't require any parking for those. So this, having a lesser parking standard, the option for if somebody were to put just 1 ADU on their property and have it be 800 square feet or less, because they're not proposing to go all the way up to the 1,000, then the lesser parking tiered option would be that is to not require a parking stall for that 1 parking space. So if a property owner just has 1 smaller ADU on their property, as they do now, then that would be something that would be conforming, because we wouldn't be making any existing ADUs that are smaller in size non-conforming to the parking requirements. And then going up to the second, the tier would be if somebody were to propose another ADU on there, and these examples are all for lots that meet our minimum lot size. So we're looking, we're required to allow those 2 units. Then we could potentially require two parking stalls for that second ADU, and that would also kind of serve as almost 1 per each ADU. And then, but that would also recognize that if somebody's got 2 ADUs on their property, even if they are smaller, such as if somebody were to propose 2 400 square foot or 2 studios, we'd still have the option to require parking because they have that second ADU on there. Now, the other option would be if somebody were to propose maximize the ADU potential by going all the way up to that 1,000 square foot. And in that case, we're proposing in this sort of tiered parking option that they would go up to almost essentially the state's maximum, and they'd be required to have 2 parking stalls for that 1,000 square foot ADU. And in that far right example, if they were to get that second ADU, that would also then require 2 parking stalls. So it'd be a total of 4 parking for those 2 ADUs. So again, the options here are just to apply the state's maximum, and that would be 2 per ADU if the lot is above 6,000 square feet. And then the second option would be to provide a slightly lesser parking standard and sort of a tiered approach for property owners that just have 1 ADU or 1 smaller ADU, and then a tiered go up to more parking requirements if they propose a second ADU or if they propose a larger ADU. And that's the only 2 slides I have here for the parking options. I'm available for questions.
You're ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Belisi, did you have a question?
Yeah, I sure did. Again, your visualizations here bring to point that we're taking up valuable permeable surface here and putting stuff in. You know, before when we had ADUs and we were at 600 square feet, Planning Commission wanted 800 square feet, no parking requirements. It was a singular ADU in a neighborhood. It didn't have an impact. But now when we're looking at potentially every piece of property that could go to have an ADU built on it, there becomes an impact to our citizens and to the residential areas. And we just heard from a gentleman this evening that's complaining about his neighbors with their overflow. Having lived in a neighborhood, I know overflow happens. You know, we get teenagers and everybody has a car. With an 800 square foot ADU, you are going to have 2 people, and I can guarantee you're not on a major bus line, you're going to have 2 cars. Most married couples don't work in the same location at the same time. So you're talking 2 added cars to the area. I think with this added regulation and requirements that we're getting from this state, we should require parking in all our ADU structures from here on out, because I think those regulations are going to intensify as they see it doesn't work, and the requirements are going to fall on us to mandate things, and so we should just do it from the onset. Whether it's 800 square foot or 1,000 square foot, we need to take into consideration the impact it has potentially for an entire neighborhood. Can we regulate the type of pavement that's being used for parking? Can we require, in this case, that it be impermeable pavement use, so that at least we are filtering the water that's going down on the driveway that these ADUs are going to be using for their parking stalls? So we don't have the runoff in our collection system, but it goes into the groundwater, which is the whole purpose we had single-family housing to begin with. So rainwater would be absorbed. Are we allowed to legislate that kind of thing as we're going through this?
That's a question I hadn't thought of.
Yeah.
But I would say a couple comments I'd say on that is some of the parking might be in a garage. So if it's an ADU above a garage, clearly
right.
that's
but I'm looking at.
But we do have parking standards that require it to be like a solid. Our parking standards now require it to be like pavement or concrete or compacted gravel. Okay. But you could. I'd want to research it a little bit, but my first reaction would be I'm sure you could write it and say that it would need to be pervious, because there is pervious concrete and there's pervious pavement out there.
Right.
And we do see that used occasionally, not very often on residential properties, but we've seen that used, and I believe we probably could make that potentially a requirement for the parking.
Okay, and then I had another question. I just lost my thought process. It had to do with the layouts as you have them, with the 75-foot wide lots and 8-foot setbacks on each side of the house. What happens if the house doesn't have enough side setback to allow for a driveway? What's the minimum width of a driveway? Would that property then not qualify to have an ADU in the background, or would we just have to say, sorry, I guess it goes onto the public sidewalk? Because I know a lot of our newer developments, the houses are really close to each other.
Because we see this currently, right? Even though we don't require the parking, a lot of times they put one in, and sometimes they have the accessory dwelling unit located behind the house. And you're right, there's not enough room for a driveway. They usually put the parking in front of the house, so they add on to their existing driveway to the side of it and put a parking stall there. And then they put a walkway to the back of the house for the accessory dwelling unit. And so there's no, as long as the parking is on the property, private property, it would count as a parking stall for the property.
Yeah, I'd like to investigate some permeable surface be used in these cases to at least mitigate the offset of 1,000 square foot accessory dwelling unit taking up land mass. And I know it's a little bit more, it's more expensive to do that, and there is some upkeep and maintenance required for it, but at least we are offsetting the impact to the environment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bellisi. I think it's some good points. I'm going to just raise a related question, then I'm going to get back into order. Does the new parking area, the new surface for parking, does that require stormwater treatment before it's discharged? Well, somebody thinks about that. We're going to move on to Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
Are you thinking about it? If you're ready to answer him, that's fine. Oh.
It does, but usually the square footage is below. So yes, we apply the King County Surface Water Design Manual to all pervious surfaces that go in.
Yeah.
This amount is usually going to be under amount that's going to trigger any sort of treatment or detention
It still
or
goes into the wastewater system.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
So a little bit back to the stalls, just to make sure I'm clear. When you say stall, it means just a open drive, gravel or concrete or asphalt. It doesn't mean a shed or where they can park a car, right? Can they put a tent like some people do? Like almost a fixture? And the only reason I'm asking is that if it's something we should consider that can be not allowed, or do we allow it? Because people get very creative by covering their cars. So,
diving into, I mean, that's a little bit of a code enforcement, but we, like you said, we see those structures that are put up that are sometimes PVC pipe with a tarp over them.
With a tent.
They're a tent. They're very difficult to regulate because it doesn't meet a building code. So basically, my first statement is no, you can't. You can't because it can't meet building code. So we do see those illegally.
So can it, even though it's already on a building code, can we emphasize that that's not allowed? Whatever is put in, just as a note, It's just I think people can get creative. The other thing is, whatever it is, it looks like you have it in within the setback. So did I hear you right that a so-called uncovered stall can be into the setback?
Correct. We have that now, and we have many parking stalls in the city currently that are.
So what's the purpose of a setback if somebody can park their car that's within that setback? The whole thing about a setback is to provide some privacy, right, or some whatever it is. So if you're now utilizing it with all kinds of stuff and maybe even a camper, an RV that stands out, 12 feet tall,
the purpose of the setback is for structure. So they're for permanent structures that are going to stay there and not be moved around. So yes, you can, have pavement or a parking area or a paved pathway. Anything that is at grade can go up to your property line. So pavers, concrete, asphalt. And people
Okay,
do
so
landscaping treatments like that up to
something,
property lines.
that I'd like to explore, again, with the same thing with a tent or whatever, canopy, that can at least be expressed that this is not allowed. But also, can we do the same thing with a huge, like monstrous RV that gets parked there and it stays there? It's almost like a house. So they can do that?
We do require RVs to be parked outside of the generally outside of the 25-foot yard setback, and so they're usually parked back by the house on the side of a house if you can even fit it. I would just recommend that would be something if you'd like the Planning Commission to dive into. It's an issue that we can, or it would be some codes we would have to revise or add or alter.
Well, something, council, to think about what direction we may, future work for the Planning Commission. But I see it all the time. I see big RVs just sit there for a very long time, and they're huge. And so anyway, maybe it's not a big deal, but I think it is. The other thing is, why are we concerned about the 6-foot lot parking thing since we don't even have lot sizes that small?
Excuse me, why are we concerned with the 6,000 square foot?
I'm sorry, 6,000 square foot lots.
That is what House Bill 1337 set for the parking standards for the lot size.
So we don't have any that small, you said, right? They can't build, there's no homes on a 6,000, or there?
There are lots.
I missed something there when you said something about that we don't have that. Ours is all 9,000.
Our minimum lot size is 9,000, but of about 30% of our lots are below 9,000 square feet.
Yes, there might be below, but our minimum is 9. They can't build anything unless it's 9 or above, right?
No, that's not true.
If you have an existing lot currently, you can build on it if it's below 9,000.
If it's below 9,000?
Yes. Now, you are limited. You have a smaller lot. We'll get into this one later, floor area ratio that applies to those. You have other factors that constrain.
Okay, so that's
what you
where
can
the
do.
parking comes in and rest. Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. And the other thing is, if you have the parking stalls there and there's cars, how does that work with the fire department and police? I mean, that's blocking their way back to those folks back there.
I would have to defer to the police and the fire on that. I just know we have numerous areas currently where people are parked beside their house in the city.
Well, I know they might be parked beside their house, but their house is exposed to the front street, right? These are dwellings that are not exposed to the main street, and they're in the back, and they're blocked now.
Yeah, I'd have to defer. I mean, there's...
Well, can we check on that before I wouldn't want to vote on this, on the parking like this, unless there is some, this safety part of it, police and fire, that says, that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody here know that answer?
I've got a quick comment. Wouldn't these ADUs, because they're not easily accessible to the fire hydrant or the fire truck, I think at one point in our study sessions, sprinklers were talked about. Would they not be required to install them, given the difficulty of getting up to them?
Yes, possibly we have that provision now. If there's a certain distance that, I believe it is the 150-foot distance off of the street, if the ADU is further back than that, they have to sprinkler the ADU. So our fire code official reviews all the building permits, and they look at the location of the ADUs, they look at the hydrants, they look at the access, and they determine whether or not they would require a sprinkler system to be put in the accessory dwelling.
Can we at least complete that thought with checking with the fire department and see if we allow this, that this is going to be, I don't know if they have any rights to say no. Even if they say, no, this won't work for us, do we still put it on there?
we at a minimum still have to comply with House Bill 1337.
So if the fire department says that's against their, I guess there's also laws pertaining to public safety, right?
Yeah, well, it does allow us to apply fire life safety standards. So we
Okay,
would
so if
apply
the
all
fire
fire
department
life
says
safety
no,
standards.
They can't have it.
then we wouldn't require it.
Okay.
Okay.
If I may, but this, which diagram are you referring to?
Any that has cars or stalls going to the back.
Stack stall like
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Okay, which is two-space diagram. So, I mean, that's showing a 5-foot setback from the parking area to the property line, which, from what we heard earlier, is the minimum requirement for the fire department, so.
Well, it's not really 5 foot because it shows the stall being over that.
I thought that might be the question. Actually, that dotted line is not the setback. That dotted line is it is listed as the setback line. Maybe Kevin can respond
It's the
to that.
8-foot setback line. The 5-foot setback is the minimum required under an ADU.
Oh.
But he also just said that you can pave all the way to the edge of your property
Yeah.
line. There's no setbacks for that anyway.
Got it.
So it doesn't,
Okay, all
so
right.
the point is valid.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. So, and anything else, Mayor?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to move on to Councilmember Keel.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation and the pictures. I'm looking at the, to go to the less than our minimum to the smaller lot sizes. I know this picture. I know this is something from the state and what they say for what they want to say, but I don't see that in UP where we have very few alleys on the backside of our properties. In most cases that unless there are places that I am missing, but few of them. I mean, in Tacoma there's a lot of alleys, but I don't see that. So that's problematic for me, especially when they're talking about having the parking coming off the alley for that back ADU. I don't know if we have many places like that. I also agree with some of my other colleagues that just said that for any place that there is an ADU, we really want to have parking. I would recommend parking. And so this one, no parking, this for the smaller one under the tiered parking options, that one that's on the far left, I hope we don't select this option. I think we need to have parking for any ADU that we have on the property, that there needs to be parking, at least one stall, in some cases 2 stalls if it's 1,000 foot, because of the problems that we're already having in the city and that we will just exacerbate, with overflow and cars and boats and all those kinds of things like that. I think that will just become a hot mess, even more of a hotter mess, as we add ADUs and no parking. So those are my main comments for this parking piece. I did have another question that is related, but not necessarily about this piece. For the ADUs and any of these other buildings that we add to the current property, we are requiring them to be on the sewer, correct? Is that a requirement?
If they're within 300 feet of sewer, they'd be required to hook up.
Connect.
Correct.
And so I'm just trying to think of a scenario where the house would not be within 300 feet, but is on the sewer. But if they're the ADU and it's not within 300 feet, we would not require them to be on sewer, even though the house may be on sewer? Why couldn't they just connect to what the house is and keep going that way?
If the house is on sewer, they'll be within 300 feet, so they would have to hook up. The 300 feet is measured from the property, not from the structure.
300 feet of property.
So if the house is on sewer, assuredly the accessory dwelling unit would have to be on sewer.
Good, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Certainly, and Councilmember Wood.
So a couple of questions here for you. First, looking at this tiered parking option, if I heard you correctly, you said you were proposing the no parking for first smaller ADUs because we already have ADUs that don't have a parking requirement, and this would kind of automatically grandfather them in. But our current ADUs right now, they're size limited at 600 square feet, correct?
Correct.
So if that's our intent, if we did decide to go with this particular option, I would say max size would be 600 on a no parking basis. Because as Councilmember Belisi pointed out, 800, you're looking at least 2 people probably, and having no parking for 2 cars is going to be problematic. Second one with that, so that'd be my suggestion, go down to 600 on that one if we go that route. Has there been given any thought to, or did the state regulate in any way parking requirements near transit? And I'm asking this question because there is a transit line that runs down Bridgeport, and there are people who are interested in there who are interested in more density, which I'm not saying I'm one of them yet, but that would say within a quarter mile of a transit line, parking requirements could be reduced or waived. Has there been any thought or comments from the state on that one?
You want to take this one, or you want me to?
Well, I can touch on it.
Another can of worms.
It's a half mile, right? Yeah, so it's
1337, it's a half.
Yeah, 1337 says if you're within half mile, so 1337 for accessory dwelling unit says if you're within a half mile of a major transit stop, you cannot require parking. There's no part in the city that is within a half mile of a major transit stop that's in our residential zones. So currently it would not apply unless there would be a change in either the definition of a major transit stop or a major change to Bridgeport Way, basically to turn it into something that would qualify as a major transit stop.
Okay, so, but if they were to say put that, rapid transit line down Bridgeport and put a stop in Bridgeport, that would become a major transit stop?
Yeah, but bus rapid transit is defined as a major transit stop. So if bus rapid transit came down Bridgeport ever, within a half mile of those stops, we would not be able to require parking for accessory dwelling units. And one reason why we didn't discuss this is because we don't have any major transit stops now or for the foreseeable future. So
okay.
It wouldn't apply to us.
Okay, and then can we get, and this might be more of a question for Matt, but one of my concerns with ADUs is that they become VRBOs or something like that. So for, let's say somebody has a 600 square foot one that we decided not to require parking for, but they turn it into a VRBO, could we then write a regulation regarding VRBOs that could require parking for them?
I think you probably could, but I want to do some double checking on that. I know when we discussed this issue last time, one of the approaches had been to essentially regulate VRBOs or short-term housing under some sort of separate business licensing program rather than under the zoning code. I do know that there are jurisdictions that are looking at looping that in under their zoning code. But we can certainly take a look at that before we bring something back to council.
Okay. Well, that concludes my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Belisi.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were on the list. All right.
It's not the other one either.
Everybody good over on this side? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keel.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I did have a follow-up on the sewer question. So if the house isn't on sewer because of whatever reason, and they're on septic, and then they decided to put an ADU on that property, could we require the ADU to be on sewer?
I would need to look a little bit further into that. So you're saying an example where they're not, where the lot is not within 300 feet of sewer. The reason why I guess we wouldn't have as much concern with that is most likely it would be impossible to get a septic design approved for the accessory dwelling unit on that lot. So the likelihood of them being able to build it anyway is going to be very, very, very small unless sewer is available.
Or super expensive.
Or they have a large.
I mean, yeah, it would be super expensive. That's what I'm saying. So the concern I have is that we already have a problem with people not being on sewer and people wanting to be connected to sewer. And then to say, oh, we're just going to add more dwelling units and they're not going to be in sewer either. I mean, we're building the problem as opposed to addressing the problem. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could mitigate growing the problem that we know that we already have.
I think Matt just found it, and I believe.
I'm not as fast as Emmy, but I'm still kind of sort of fast. There is language in 1337 that nothing in the section prohibits the city or county from prohibiting the construction of accessory dwelling units on lots that are not connected to or served by public sewer.
Okay.
So you could require, I think the way I'm reading it, you could require sewer.
So I'm looking at my colleagues. I think that's something we really want to put in there, so that we don't want to put it in there?
You may want to put it in there.
Well, you know, if it's on septic, they'll have to have a drain field.
Yeah.
So that would preclude the size and the scope of the project too, so. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was?
Well, if it's not on sewer, it'll have to be on septic. And so if it's on septic, then we'll have to have a drain field. And so on these minimum lot sizes or the 9,000 square feet, that's, you know, a big portion of land that will determine the size of the ADU. So there certainly won't be 1,000 square foot ADU even on a 9,000 square foot lot, the regular home unit. So, unless you're on memory lane.
Okay. Yeah, I just think that maybe we just have that conversation when it comes to it. Because I think any ADU, they're going to have a bathroom in there somewhere, right? And so it's got to go somewhere. So.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to maybe take an opportunity to weigh in on a couple of things then. So, I guess it's the philosophy of where we stand on ADUs. Is there some circumstances in which they're a good move in our community? And I think for the smaller ADUs, they do offer some special opportunity. I don't want to be overly restrictive. I also don't believe that's the intent of the House bill. And we need to find a balance point, as always, with such things. For me, I do think the tiered parking approach, perhaps adjusting without parking requirements at 800 square feet, or perhaps we can adjust that down to 600. That would be fine. I know we're talking right now quite a bit about septic systems and drain fields, and the fact is those take a good deal of space to be able to work effectively. And so while the bill doesn't really seem to deal with this, the reality is that's one of the major constraints. There's two major constraints. Besides what we set up for building size, and drain field is a lot of it. And when our community, roughly 2/3 of it isn't sewered, that's really going to limit things, because most single-family lots at 9,000 square feet will have consumed what opportunity they had for a drain field. And you might be able to take a virgin piece of property and get 2 units on it carefully if you thought about it at 9,000 square feet. But for something that's already been built, where you've already made some choices and that constrains what you can do, and you certainly don't want to do anything to jeopardize a functioning drain field you rely on today. So it really does get to be an issue. Where I was less inclined to say, let's require sewer, is there's a few rare incidences on large lots here that are not anywhere near sewer that somebody might choose to put an ADU on. And I don't know that that's by itself a bad thing that needs to meet the other requirements, but that's why I wouldn't blanket say has to have sewer, because we've provided for development unsewered in certain circumstances. And if they have enough space to have a functioning drain field and septic system, then that meets the current standards of the Department of Health, and so be it from my particular perspective. So that's kind of where my thoughts were on that particular issue. We want to move our community into being fully sewered. We are spending millions of dollars to do that and such. But I also don't want to inadvertently constrain people's abilities to do certain things with their property until we do get sewer there at a reasonable cost to them. And when we say getting sewer in, as we're discovering, extending a sewer line a few blocks can be $1 million. Actually, that's very possible. So you need to find a way to work through those numbers. So anyhow, that was a few of my comments, but tiered parking, to me, sounds all right. I think I might be in a minority there, but that's okay. And the issue, the discussion of sewer and at least where I'm coming from that perspective. Anybody else have any further comments they'd like? Okay. Gentlemen, do you need anything further from us on this?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for a great set of packet materials here. So you're really helping us visualize this. And this is a tough issue, and so the visualization is very important for us. I think that, do you get to stay there, or maybe you switch up seats? I don't know. How are we dealing with who gets to do the zoning code amendment cleanup?
Well, Mayor and Council, the zoning code text amendments is not going to be a very quick item. It's at least an hour and a half. I'm assuming an hour and a half by the time we hear from all. We'd like to hear from all of council. You need to hear from staff. We have 2 meetings left after this. We believe we can get that done. I'm saying that quickly, Kevin, but we have with the 11:20 and also 12:04. We think that maybe that's a better way. We also have some room in those meetings to do that.
I was so looking forward to a very late night.
Very, very late.
But it's at least an hour and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Sark. I think that's next one.
We did have a council member that brought some snacks so we could stay up late.
Well, carry on then.
Yeah.
No, we just think for the benefit of time, but we do believe that we should touch on legislative priorities tonight, if we can. I think that can go much quicker. And I think we can get on to that.
Well, I'm for adjusting the agenda accordingly. So, does anybody object? No. Let us move on, and we will.
It would be formally it would be a motion to table item number 11 on the agenda to a subsequent agenda.
I make a motion we table item 11.
Do you hear a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor of tabling item 11 to a future date, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. We're tabling it. Okay.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Figueroa.
I'd like to say the same thing for the next one.
Sure.
And because I think that we have a long executive session starting, and I think that legislative agenda could easily take a half an hour to 45 minutes. So I think it'd be prudent for us to table that as well. I'll make a motion to table item number 12.
So there's a motion to table item 12. A second. Is that what I heard down there?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? If I remember right, it's table is a privileged motion without debate. And so all those in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're tabling item 12 to a future agenda.
Now we're on schedule.
All right. Well, certainly we're there.
We're going to have to do some.
Well, excellent. All right. So with that, we are preparing to go into an executive session. And at this point, let me read the purpose of the executive session. The City Council will recess to executive session for approximately 1 hour to review the performance of public employee as allowed by RCW 4230-110, Section 1, subsection G. The Council is not expected to take further action following the executive session. So, and with that, we'll move to executive. Thank you.
Man, why does it feel like 10 o'clock?
executive session is going to be continued. We will continue the meeting, the executive session, until 10:30 p.m. continuing the executive session. The meeting will be extended until 10:50 p.m. Thank you. We're going to continue the executive session until 11:05. Thank you. Extending to 11:05. We are reconvening the meeting. It is now 10:57. We have concluded the executive session for this evening. There is no action following the meeting, and the meeting is adjourned.